This race replay is brought to you.
The first of three qualifiers line up in the first heave away. First look at a 2-year-old here on the East Coast. He's on the rail. Then it's PH Treasure, Heart and Guts, Souverain doing the free-legged thing, and his outside Mr. William, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing with Heart and Guts, the first one away. PH Treasure on the rail to stack him up is Heave Away. Way wide is Souverain out there 4 wide. And then the trailer, that is Mr. William. As they race round the turn, Souverain has jumped it off. Up the backstretch they go, and there goes Kenny Murphy with PH Treasure on to take the lead. Heave Away got away second, up with them in third. Along the inside is Heart and Guts. Mr. William is back fourth, and farther back fifth. That's Souverain. So the first qualifier, they got him well strung out, 30, and won the quarter mile. And freewheeling on the lead, PH Treasure, the lead 5. Racing second is Heave Away. Heart and Guts is third. Now it's Mr. William in fourth, and Souverain is the trailer. Off the turn, through the stretch, they approach the opening half mile, and the midway point leader is PH Treasure. Second, that's Heave Away, continuing in third, Heart and Guts. Then it's Mr. William fourth, and a trotter at the back. That's Souverain. 1 minute and 2 was the first half mile. Over to the 5H pole, PH Treasure continues to be loose on the lead. Heave Away goes second, Heart and Guts third. Then Mr. William and Souverain, 3/4 the next station. PH Treasure will get them there. Oh, and the colt got fancy stepping, and now he's off stride. Heave Away hit the run late. Heart and Guts third, Mr. William and Souverain. 1:29 and 4 was 3/4, and PH Treasure self-destructed on the lead in here now. And it's Heart and Guts to bring him on home. Heave Away is going to make an account of himself here, coming with him on the outside. As the first qualifier comes to the wire, Heart and Guts. Heave Away is there on the outside, but Heart and Guts hangs on for Wallace. Heave Away is second, PH Treasure third. The time for the mile in 2:01 and 4. Now the results of the first qualifier. Heave Away was second, PH Treasure third, Heart and Guts the winner, Souverain fifth, Mr. William fourth. They went 30 and 1, 1 minute 2, 1:29 and 4, and the mile 2:01 and 4. the second qualifier, one of them old-time match race with a couple of trotters lining up. Giant Tango and Summit City Nate, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and trotting, and Summer City Nate being pointed out. Giant Tango will race around the turn from second as these two trotters attempt to qualify here in qualifier number 2, on by the 8th pole. Summer City Nate by 3 early with Murner, and Giant Tango content second. So they'll trot the backstretch. They approach the initial quarter with Summer City Nate, the fraction setter, starting to close up second. That is Giant Tango. The road to the opening quarter. Summer City Nate, the leader at the opening station in 31 flat. Giant Tango trots along second, 2.5 off the leader. Rounding the paddock turn, arriving at the 3/8, led by Summer City Nate. Giant Tango is second. They'll trot through the stretch and the midway point, the next station, with Summer City Nate halfway home. Giant Tango tracks along in second at the midway point, and that's Summer City Nate with a 2-length advantage on Giant Tango. The half mile was 1:02, so Murner put up consecutive splits of 31 seconds with 3/8 of a mile left to trot. Summer City Nate extending the lead, now going to 3/4, and racing second Giant Tango. So halfway on the back stretch for the final time. It's Summer City Nate. Now the lead's up to 5. Second, that is Giant Tango. So they're inside of a 1/4 of a mile left to trot. And Summer City Nate was the 3/4 pole leader in 1:32. So we'll trot the third quarter in 30 seconds flat with an 1/8 left to go. Summer City Nate looking to close it out. Giant Tango, he's 4 off the leader in second as they trot on down the home stretch. Coming to the wire next, and it will be Summer City Nate to take them all the way. Giant Tango second. And the time for the mile was 2:02.1. Results of that second qualifier: Giant Tango was second. Summer City Nate the winner, 31, 1:02, 1:32, 2:02.1.
Testing from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing from the broadcast desk on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Redshores at the Summerside Raceway. This is testing from the broadcast desk.
The third and final qualifier. Get Home Terry, Starship, Celicia, My Ambrose, Silver Jake. Top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing. Silver Jake will lead them out. My Ambrose between horses. Get Home Terry is on the cones. Then the fourth one to the turn is Starship Celicia. So the inside route with Get Home Terry and Dale Spence. They'll lead them by the eighth pole. From the outside, Silver Jake is second. My Ambrose on the inside away third, trailing the field. That is Starship Celicia. So little battle on in the early going in qualifier 3. Silver Jake keeps coming from the outside for Devin Wallace to take over the lead off an opening quarter of 29 seconds flat. Racing from second is Get Home Terry. My Ambrose is third, and with the leaders fourth is Starship Celicia. Off the paddock turn, they straighten through the stretch. The midway point comes next. Silver Jake the leader. Here's Get Home Terry vacating the 2-hole. Up now to retake. Back to third is My Ambrose, and trailing the field, Starship Celicia. So Get Home Terry has made another move to the front. Silver Jake second, My Ambrose, and underway on the outside, Starship Celicia. 59-3 was the half mile. A little serious as they race by the 5/8. Get Home Terry the leader, Silver Jake second. From the outside, Starship Celicia. She's coming third, and now the trailer is My Ambrose. 3/4 is the next stop, and Starship Celicia drives up to take over the lead late. Second is Get Home Terry. From the outside, Silver Jake, and My Ambrose trails. 1:30 flat was the 3/4 time. Eighth of a mile left to go. Starship Celicia by 4, and she's homeward bound. Silver Jake is second. Get Home Terry third. Coming up fourth is My Ambrose. In the third and the final qualifier, it's Starship Celicia for Patrick Shepard alone on the line. Silver Jake second. My Ambrose, then Get Home Terry. Time for the mile, 1:59.3. Results of the third qualifier: Get Home Terry fourth, Starship Celicia the winner, My Ambrose third, Silver Jake second, 29-59-3, 1:30, and the mile 1:59.3. And on the backstretch, the following horses did not qualify: Heave Away, PH Treasure, Souverain, and Mr. William. come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman, and along with Vance Cameron, we will bring you all the action here this afternoon on this 12-race program featuring the 3-year-old Colts and Fillies and the PEI Colt Stakes Gold and Grassroots Division. Race number 3 this afternoon is a Gold Division for $11,600. 3-year-old Pacing Fillies, Rosetown Mary on the rail for Corey McPherson. Speaking of Shadow 2 for Mike McGuigan, Our Girl Annie is 3 for Kenny Murphy. Go Sister Soul Sister, the 4 for Jill Barrio. And It's Up to You, post 5 with Mark Campbell. And in the pregame later on, we're going to show Our Girl Annie taking her 2-year-old record at Charlottetown. But first, let's go upstairs for all today's program and equipment changes. Here is the man who will call all the action, Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway. For today's racing program, it's event number 2 of the meeting. Here's the good news. Fast track conditions, 24 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. Just an excellent day as we celebrate the PEI Colt Stakes. The track condition is listed by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Folland. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here today's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 5. It's an additional chart line on number 2, Gin and Tonic. The 25th of May Charlottetown track was good with a 2-second variance, scoring from post 5 and finished 8th, was race timed in 2:05 and 4, driven by Mike McGuigan. Next change, we'll go to race number 9. In the 9th race, we have a chart line on the 6, Look Over Your. That's from the 25th of May Charlottetown. Good track, 2-second variance, going from post 4, finished 2nd. Paced in 2:02 and 3 and driven by Mark Campbell. Number 7, Salisbrook Pixie on that same program, scoring from post 6 and finished 5th, was race timed in 2:03 and 3, driven by Kenny Murphy. Next change, turn over to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 3, Bacon on a Biscuit, will go from a Z-Guide to a Chin Chain. Z-Guide to Chin Chain for Bacon on a Biscuit in the 10th. And the final change is in today's final race. Number 2, Miss Contour has a chart line from the 25th of May Charlottetown. Good track, 2-second variance, going from post 2 and finished 7th. Was race timed in 2:04 and 2, driven by Mark Campbell. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on the program. The first race goes to post at 1 o'clock. You have 26 minutes to make your decisions in race number 1.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here today at Redshores at the Summerside Raceway. Stake Day here, 12 dashes of stakes on tap for you. 3-year-old Colts and Fillies in the gold and grassroots divisions. Here this afternoon in race 3, going to focus on the 3 Our Girl Annie. 3-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Blaine and Jessica and Jennifer Thibault of Kensington. Eddie Doucette, the trainer. Kenny Murphy gets the call to drive today. And our race here, we're going to show just her 3rd lifetime start. She was 3 for 3 after this one. August the 18th at Charlottetown. Let's have a look from the half. New lifetime record.
Entitled Express at the rail now second. Moving off the cones in third. That is Too Much for You. Rock and Roll K's will follow out in fourth. At the rail in fifth is Woodmere Macarena. Up and at the rail in sixth is Rosetown Mary. And your trailer is Southfield Star. 58-2 by the half. They roll on by the 5/8 and they'll go to the backstretch. Second and final time. Our Girl Annie is your leader. At the rail in second is Entitled Express. 3 wide on the outside. There goes Rock and Roll Case as they pass on by the 3/4 mile mark. Our Girl Annie your leader. Up on the outside, Rock and Roll Case. Too Much for You in their third. Up on the outside, here comes Rosetown Mary in fourth. 1:28-1 by the 3/4. They swing off the turn for home. Our Girl Annie. Here comes Rock and Roll Case up on the outside. They're battling it out right down to the wire. It's gonna be Our Girl Annie to win it. Rock and Roll Case in there for second. Too Much for You will be 3. Time for the mile. 1:57-1.
And in case you didn't notice, that was me calling that race. Very fortunate, thanks to Lee Drake and Vance Cameron for giving me the chance to call that race. And it was a great one. Our Girl Annie in her 3rd lifetime start. She wins again. New lifetime record, 1:57-1. We'll look for her in the afternoon's 3rd race. And we'll be back on the track here in about 13 minutes for the start of race 1. And if you have a look at your in-house monitors for the upcoming opener, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots division for $5,800. You'll see I'm going with a 5-2-4. Backstretch beat likes a 1-5-4. And the classifiers choice is also 5-2-4 in the upcoming opener in 8 minutes.
The first of 12 divisions of the PEI Colt Stakes on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Summerside. The first one's on the track for the post parade, number 1, Run for the Money, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Dale Spence drives. Royals Alley number 2 is owned by Ryan Deuce out of South Rustico, conditioned by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. Woodmere Arthur Jane, the 3, is owned by Jandy's Boys Stable of Summerside, trained by Tyler DeRoche. Today, Corey McPherson. Time and Again wears number 4 for owners Bobby Joe Matheson, Wayne McDougall, and Dr. Don Ling, trained by Ron Matheson. Jason Hughes drives. Better Not Mock Me, number 5, is owned by Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield. Jill Berrio, the trainer driver. Ultimate Twix, number 6, owned by Madonna Morrison of Oak Point, New Brunswick. Darren Crow trains and drives. Little Reese's Pieces is number 7, owned by Ben Legault, Olivia May, Herman McQuaid of Charlottetown. Trained by Melissa Rennie. That's out of Murner. 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's first race. 4 minutes to post time. Race day live from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. This is the start of the I'll Pick 5 with the $1,500 guaranteed pool and a low 15% takeout. Rocky Skirman comes next on race day.
And there's our leaderboard thus far, 2023 top drivers. We have Corey McPherson had a great day on opening day with 4 wins. Kenny Murphy as well, the leading driver of 2022. He had 2 wins. And then David Dowling, Jason Hughes, and Devin Wallace all had a win as well last week. That's our top driver standings from Red Shore Summerside for 2023. Let's go out to the track for the afternoon's opener. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division for $5,800. It's the first half of the daily double. Exactor, Superfecta, Triactor, Pick 5, Win, Place, and Show. Don't forget to tag your ticket for a chance at the Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 5, Better Not Mock Me. 3-year-old filly by Better Than Cheddar for Wayne McRae of Fall River, Nova Scotia. And Halmack Farms Limited of Brookfield. They're also the breeders. Gilles Barrio is the trainer and the driver. Last start at Charlottetown, May the 18th. Head post 2 was a winner, 2 minutes and 4/5. That was a maiden record in just her 3rd lifetime start. The start before that, May the 11th, post 3, finished 2. Race timed in 1:58 and 2. Closed it out in 28 and 4. Post 5 today for Better Not Mock Me with Gilles Barrio. Right now, 9-5. And there's a look at the 2, Royaz Ali, 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror for Ryan Doucette of South Rustico. He's also the breeder. Clifford Murphy is the trainer, and his boy Kenny will do the driving here this afternoon. Just her 10th lifetime start. The last one, May the 18th at Charlottetown, had post 4, finished 4, race timed in 1:59 and 3, closed it out 29 and 3. May the 11th, first start of the season, post 3, finished 2, just beat 3/4 of a length, race timed 1:59 and 3, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Royaz Ali, post 2 today for Mr. Murphy. Good odds, 6-1. And there we get a look at the 4, Time and Again, 3-year-old filly by All Bets Off for Bobby Joe Matheson and Wayne McDougall and Dr. Don Ling. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer. Jason Hughes gets the call to drive today. Just her 6th lifetime start. May the 18th at Charlottetown. Head the rail. Finished 2. Just got beat by a length. Race timed in 2:01 flat. Closed it out in 30 and 2. The start before that, May the 11th. Had post 2. Finished 4th. Race time 1:59 and 1. Closed it out 29 and 3. Dale Spence was in the bike for both of those starts. Post 4 today for Time and Again. Jason Hughes to drive. Right now, 6-5. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming opener this afternoon. Run for the Money is on the rail for Dale Spence right now at 5-1. Royaz Ali, post 2 for Kenny Murphy at 9-2. Woodmere Arthur Jane in her first lifetime start. Post 3 today for Corey McPherson and trainer Tyler Drosh. Time and Again, post 4. Jason Hughes to drive at 7-5. Better Not Mock Me, post 5 for Gilles Barrio at 4-5. Ultimate Twix is the 6 for Darren Crow at 37-1. And the 7, Little Reese's Pieces, Adam Murner in the bike at 23-1. So the field for the afternoon's opener, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division, $5,800 on the line. Let's go upstairs to the voice of Prince Edward Island Racing. Here is Vance Cameron.
Run for the Money, Royals Alley, Woodmere Arthur Jane. Time and Again, Better Not Mock Me, Ultimate Twix, Little Reese's Pieces, top of the stretch. The oldest continuous stakes program in Canadian harness racing history is the PEI Colt Stakes, and we're full of them today at Summerside. Post time. The rough and pacing time, and again the first one out. Ultimate Twix coming from the outside second. Royale's Alley between them third. Up the rail fourth. A run for the money. Woodmere Arthur Jane around the turn fifth. Better Not Mock Me is six, and Little Reese's Pieces trails early. Up the backstretch they go, and the Blue Knight has time and again out in front on route to the quarter. Royale's Alley races second. Ultimate Twix took the seat third. In up the rail, Run for the Money goes fourth. Woodmere Arthur Jane, she's fifth. Better Not Mock Me, the heavy favorite, is sixth. Then trailing, Little Reese's Pieces, 29 and 2. The opening quarter, they're on the paddock turn. Backfield showing signs of activity now. On the front end, time and again is the fraction center. Royale's Alley races from second. Ultimate Twix third. Better Not Mock Me, right in the middle of the track, is driving fourth. Following on the outside, fifth is Little Reese's Pieces. Then sixth, Run for the Money comes out. And a Woodmere Arthur Jane was there on the outside, seventh, halfway home in a backed up 101 and 2. 32 seconds, a pedestrian second quarter here. Racing to the backstretch for time two, the three quarters next. Time and again the leader. Up and at him now on the outside, Better Not Mock Me. Royale's Alley is trapped at the rail third. Little Reese's Pieces on the outside fourth. Ultimate Twix fifth. Up the rail in sixth. Woodmere Arthur Jane, and now the trailer. Run for the Money. Three quarters went 1:30 and 2. They went 29 seconds flat in the third. Time and again has opened up a clear 2. Headed on down the home stretch. Royale's Alley is second. Racing from third, Better Not Mock Me. They're across the track. Better Not Mock Me. Royale's Alley between them. Time and again, Better Not Mock Me got there with Burial. Time and again second. Third is Royale's Alley, the mile in 2 minutes. 2/5.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's opener. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies in the Grassroots division. And Jason Hughes with time and again insisted on cutting it out here. 29-2, the half up, 101 and 2. Down to three quarters in 130 and 2. And you're going to see deep stretch here. Three of them across the track. The three favorites you're going to see time and again in the middle. Better Not Mock Me up on the outside. Royale's Alley at the rail. Little Reese's Pieces coming onto the screen here. But you're going to see Better Not Mock Me and Gil Barrio get up for the win here in the afternoon's opener. Time and again is second. In there for third is Royale's Alley. And for fourth is Little Reese's Pieces. So 5, 4, 2, 7 unofficially in the afternoon's opener. And we'll see Better Not Mock Me and Gil Barrio in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next for a cooler presentation by Julie Jameson and Cam McPhee from the PEI Colt Stakes.
Better Not Mock Me got up in time to open up the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old filly Pacer. She's on her way to the winner's circle. Bay pacing filly, 3 years. The daughter of Better Than Cheddar is off the Mach 3 dam. Jackie and Doreen, owned by Wayne McCrae of Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield. That combination, also the breeders on this filly. She's trained and driven to victory by Gilles Barrio, pacing to a new record today of 2 minutes and 2/5. Better Not Mock Me in the PEI Colt Stakes. Cam McPhee and Julie Jameson are joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon with the trackside presentations. Here's the official results from the first race. Run for the Money was sixth. Roya Azali finished third. Woodmere Arthur Jane was fifth. Time and Again second. Better Not Mock Me, the race winner. Ultimate Twix was seventh. Little Reese's Pieces finished fourth. The fractions were 29 and 2. 101 and 2. 130 and 2. And the mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, it's 6:35, 2:174. Better Not Mock Me paid $3.90 to win. The Exactor 33.30, Triactor 34.10, Superfecta 22.58.
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary and interviews, special segments, along with 60 seconds or less, the Vance Cam, and slow motion replays. Watch for upcoming events and promotions such as Bounce Back Tuesdays in June. Spend $20 or more on our live racing and receive a 20% discount card for West End Bar and Grill. The new Spin to Win wheel contest for players and second chance draws for the big Governor's Plate Grand Prize package. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming second race. I like 3-4-1 in here. Backstretch Beat and the Classifier's Choice. They're at 4-3-1. In the upcoming second race, it's the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old colts in the Grassroots Division for a purse of $7,250. They'll be on the track in 7 minutes.
Three-year-old Colt Pacers for the second race on parade. Miramichi Walter, number 1, owned by Clayton and Joseph McCombs of Miramichi, New Brunswick, trained by Danny Romo. Paul Langell drives. Home of the Captain Morgan Stable of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass and driven by Corey McPherson. 2, Connor's Magic. A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown at the owners. Ronnie Matheson, the trainer. Jill Barrio does the driving. 3 Bound to Pan Out. 4 is Starship Art, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard drives. 5 is New Shooter, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Dan Belleville from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Mark Campbell training and driving. 6 is Arthur's Shadow, owned by Toad Hall Racing of Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. Dale Spence is the trainer-driver. Kenny Murphy will do the post parade. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 2. Stand by for an update on the top trainers from Redshores, Summerside.
And there's a look at the top trainers. It's early. It's just our second card of the season, 2023. Top trainers, Redshore Summerside. Christopher Davies leads the way with 2 wins. And then you'll see a slew of them all tied there. Paul Bigger, Paul Conway, Leithwaite, Les Waite, Devin Wallace, Earl Watts, and Marvin Webster, all with 1 win apiece last week here at Summerside during our opener. Top trainers 2023 here at Redshore Summerside. Let's head out to the track for the afternoon second race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old colts, the grassroots division, $7,250 on the line. I'm going to the 3 in here, Bound to Pan Out. 3-year-old Pang Shui colt for A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson is the trainer. Jill Barrio will do the driving. The last start was at Charlottetown, May the 20th. Head post 4, cut it all out. Just got beat at the wire. Finished second by half a length. Race timed 1:58.2. Closed it out in 28 seconds flat for Jason Hughes. Start before that at Charlottetown, May the 11th. Post 5, finished 4. Race timed 1:58.2. Closed it out 28.3 for Jill Barrio. Bound to Pan Out. Post 3 today with Mr. Barrio, 9 to 5. Here's a look at the 4, Starship Art, 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip for Claude Poirier of Oval Maison, Quebec. Earl Watts is the trainer and Patrick Shepard in the driver's seat. The last start at Charlottetown, May the 20th. Head post 6, brushed to the half and got to the front, chucked a third quarter at them in 28 seconds and was collared late. Finished second, race time 1:58.2, closed it out in 29.2 for Patrick Shepard, and that was just his second lifetime start. Post 4 this afternoon, great spot to work from. Starship Art with Patrick Shepard. Right now, your current choice at 6 to 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 10 this afternoon, we have a late driver change on the 6-horse, the Midnight Train. In the 10th race, number 6, the Midnight Train, will be driven by Jills Barrio. Jills Barrio driving the Midnight Train in the 10th. And also we need the owner of a black RAV4, plate number 959KA. In the roundabout at the entrance, got to be moved or it'll be towed at the owner's expense. Black RAV4, 959KA, must be moved immediately.
And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That's Miramichi Walter, 3-year-old by Roll with Joe for Clayton and Joseph McCombs of Miramichi, New Brunswick. Danny Romo, the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving. The last start at Truro, May the 21st. Head post 3 was a winner by a head. Race time 1:59.4. Closed it out in 30.4. Just his 4th lifetime start here this afternoon. He has the rail. Miramichi Walter with Paul Angel at 7 to 2. So we'll have a look at the odds board for the upcoming second race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old colts, grassroots division for $7,250. Miramichi Walter on the rail for Paul Angel at 5-2. There's a look at the 2, Connor's Magic. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat here today at 16-1. Bound to Pan Out leaves from post 3. Jill Barrio in the bike at 2-1. Starship Art is the 4 for Patrick Shepard. Right now your current choice at even money. New Shooter will leave from post 5. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat at 9-2. And Arthur Shadow, he'll leave in the outside 6 with Dale Spence at 16-1. That's your field for the upcoming second race. Good luck with your selections. I'll give a shout out to my co-hosts here this afternoon watching. Lee Drake, Peter McPhee, Kurt Hughes, and of course Vance Cameron in the booth. As the second race, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old colts grassroots division. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Miramichi Walter, Connor's Magic, Bound to Pan Out. Starship Art, New Shooter. Arthur Shadow, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Bound to Pan Out. The first one racing second is Miramichi Walter. Coming from the outside is Arthur Shadow. Third into the turn to get away fourth. Along the inside is Starship Art. Racing fifth is Connor's Magic. And on the outside, the trailer, New Shooter. They're on the backstretch going to the quarter. Led by Bound to Pan Out for Jill Barrio by 2. Second is Miramichi Walter. To get away third, that's Arthur Shadow. Now fourth is Starship Art. Racing from fifth, Connor's Magic. And the trailer in sixth, that is New Shooter. On by the opening station, Bound to Pan Out. Puts the fractions on the board, and he opened it up in 29-3. Miramichi Walter tracking along in the 2-hole. Arthur Shadow, the long shot, is there third. Movement from fourth, Starship Art is headed to the outside. Connor's Magic is fifth, and New Shooter is sixth. They are halfway home in a division of the grassroots of the PEI Colt Stakes, led by Bound to Pan Out. Miramichi Walter is second. First up on the outside, Starship Art is taken over third, the half mile in 1:03. Racing fourth is Arthur Shadow. Connor's Magic fifth. New Shooter continuing to trail up the backstretch for time 2. 3/4 comes next. The leader Bound to Pan Out. The challenger Starship Arts right alongside. Third up the rail is Miramichi Walter. Moving into fourth, Connor's Magic. Arthur's Shadow is fifth. New Shooter never got into it here. In the backfield, the trailer, new leader late is Starship Art and Patrick Shepard off at 3/4 in 1:29-2. They went 28-4 in the third quarter, and they're homeward bound. It's all Starship Art here. Second is Bound to Pan Out. Miramichi Walter along the rail third. On the wire next in the PEI Colt Stakes, Starship Art wins for Patrick Shepard. Bound to Pan Out held second. Miramichi Walter will finish third, and they stop the clock in 1:58-2.
Well, here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon second race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division. And we saw Bound to Pan Out go to the front, 29-3, the half, 1:03. 3/4, 1:29-2. And he accompanied Starship Art, went right around him. And he's going to open up in the stretch here and win in just his third lifetime start. He gets a new race win record of 158-2. Patrick Shepard in the driver's seat here this afternoon, bound to pan out. He held for second. Miramichi Walter in there for third. Arthur Shadow fourth. So we're looking at a 4-3-1-6 here in race number 2 unofficially. And we'll see Starship Art and Patrick Shepard in that Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Starship Art finding his way to the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding, the 3-year-old son of Arthur. Blue Chip is off the Camelot Hall Dam, a romance in Camelot. He is a homebred of Claude Portier. Earl Watts does the conditioning. Patrick Shepard picks up the winning drive, and the colt picks up a new pacing record this day of 158-2. Starship Art in the PEI Colt Stakes. Cam McPhee, Julie Jameson, they'll be with us all afternoon with trackside presentations on behalf of the PEI Colt Stakes. It's Starship Art in the second. Here's the official results from the second race. Miramichi Walter third. Connor's Magic did not finish. Bound to Pan Out was second. Starship Art, the race winner. New Shooter was fifth. Arthur's Shadow finished fourth. Fractions of 29-3. 1 minute 3. 129-2. And the mile 158-2. In review, it's 3 did not finish 2. 154. Starship Art, $3.30 to win. The exactor was $7.50, triactor $10, superfecta was $5.24, the early daily double paid $8.70.
Redshores Racing is proud to launch the new Players Portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. The new Players Portal, now at Redshores.ca. First call for 50-50. Lynn's up here right now in the oval. First call 50-50. And you'll see the picks on the screen for the upcoming third race. I'm going with a 3-1-5 in here. Backstretch beat 3-2-1. The classifier's choice is 3-1-2 in the upcoming third race in less than 7 minutes.
Gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old filly Pacers on the third race parade. Rosetown Mary, number 1. Owned by Carrie and Emily Taylor, Lisa Richards, and Taylor McPherson. Corey McPherson training and driving. Speaking of Shadow, number 2 is owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mark McDonald of Cornwall. Trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Three is Our Girl Annie, owned by Blaine, Jessica, and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Kenny Murphy, catch drives. Go Sister, Soul Sister, number 4, owned by Group of 7 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Jills Barrio driving. It's Up to You, wears number 5, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Today, Mark Campbell catch drives. There's 4 minutes wagering time in the afternoon's third race. Welcome to Race Day Live from Summerside with the PEI Colt Stakes Super Sunday.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's third race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies in the gold division for a purse of $11,600. Landing on the 3 in here, Our Girl Annie, 3-year-old brown filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Blaine and Jessica and Jennifer Tebow of Kensington. Eddie Doucette, the trainer. Kenny Murphy gets the catch driving call here this afternoon. Her first start of the season was May the 21st at SHORES Raceway in the Donnie and George Turner Memorial for $10,400. Post 4 was a winner in 1:59 flat on just a good track. Closed it out in 30 seconds flat for Corey McPherson. Last season, 9 starts, 9 times in the top 3 with 6 wins. Over $45,000 in the bank and a record of 157-1 at Charlottetown that we saw earlier here today. Our Girl Annie, post 3 with Kenny Murphy. Right now, your current choice at 1-4. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. That is Rosetown Mary, 3-year-old filly by Pang Shui for Carrie and Emily Taylor, Lisa Richards, and Taylor McPherson. Corey McPherson, the trainer and the driver, started in the Turner at Truro on May the 21st. Head post 7, finished 3rd. Race timed 1:57.3 in the off track. Closed it out in 30 and 3. 10 starts last season, had a win at Charlottetown, 2 minutes and 3/5. Rosetown Mary on the rail for Corey McPherson. Right now, 3-1. And there's a look at the 5. It's Up to You. 3-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry for Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean, the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. Last start May 18th at Charlottetown, post 4, finished 3. Just got beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:59.4. Closed it out in 30-1 for Jill Berrio. Last season, 10 starts, had 3 wins, over $27,000 in the bank, and took a record of 157-1 at Charlottetown on September the 10th. It's Up to You. Mark Campbell in the bike, 4-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming third race. Rosetown Mary leaves on the rail for Corey McPherson today, 3-1. Speaking of Shadow is 2 for Mike McGuigan at 7-2. Our Girl Annie, the 3 for Kenny Murphy at 4-5. Go Sister, Soul Sister on your screen there. Jill Berrio to drive at 4-1. And It's Up to You from post 5 with Mark Campbell at 5-1. Compact field here going for $11,600. Good luck with your selections. So the countdown clock is on for the upcoming third race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, Gold Division, $11,600. They are lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rosetown Mary, speaking of Shadow, Our Girl Annie. Go Sister, Soul Sister, It's Up to You. Compact field of 5. They're after $11,600 in the PEI Colt Stakes. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing. Speaking of Shadow, the first one away. Our Girl Annie is second. Third to the turn. Go Sister, Soul Sister. Along the rail, Rosetown Mary is fourth. The early trailer. It's up to you. They round the turn led by, speaking of Shadow, Our Girl Annie may want nothing to do with the 2-hole, and Murphy's going to sit up. They're to it and at it and to it in the early going here. Racing the back stretch in the PEI Colt Stakes, and McGuigan demands to lead it with Speaking of Shadow. Murphy has to take the 2-hole ride now. Aboard Our Girl Annie, 28 and 4 the quarter. Racing from third is Go Sister, Soul Sister, Rosetown Mary fourth. Trailing the field, It's Up to You. Off the paddock turn they come towards that opening half mile. Speaking of Shadow, the fractions at her. Our Girl Annie takes a breather second. Racing from third is Go Sister, Soul Sister. Rosetown Mary is fourth. Trailing the field fifth, It's Up to You. They were halfway home, led by Speaking of Shadow in 59 and 3. Our Girl Annie tracks along second around the turn. Go Sister, Soul Sister going to the outside from third. Fourth up the rail is Rosetown Mary on the outside fifth. It's Up to You trails but not out of it. 3/4 coming next, and Burial rushes up with Go Sister, Soul Sister to take over the lead. Oh, these fillies are picking them up and putting them down now. They're on by 3/4 in 1, 29 and 2, going to the 7/8. Go Sister, Soul Sister looking to upset them. It's Up to You now second. Rosetown Mary third. Speaking of Shadow, hit the run. Deep in the stretch. On the line they come. Go Sister, Soul Sister upsets them for the Maritime Magic Man Barrio in the PEI Colt Stakes. It's Up to You second. Rosetown Mary third. The time for the mile in this gold division of the stake in 1:58 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's third race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies gold division for $11,600. Speaking of Shadow goes to the front, 28-4, 59 and 3, 129 and 2, and Go Sister, Soul Sister, and Jill Barrio rushed up and got to the lead and drives away from them here. 158 and 1. That's a new race win record for this 3-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip. It's Up to You gets up for second. Rosetown Mary third. Our Girl Annie caught in with a ton of horse gets the fourth. Here in race number 3, we'll see Go Sister, Soul Sister, and Jill Barrio back in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle next.
Go Sister, Soul Sister arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Arthur Blue Chip from the Camelot Dam Misty Guys, owned by Group of 7 Stable of Charlottetown. The filly bred by Gregory Mackenzie of Nova Scotia. She's trained by Jamie Smith, and Jill Barrio has his second winner of the day in the early going. The filly has a new record of 158 and 1. Go Sister, Soul Sister in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Now the official results from the third race, Rosetown Mary finished third. Speaking of Shadow fifth, Our Girl Annie fourth. Go Sister Soul Sister, the race winner. It's Up to You was second. The fractions went 28 and 4, 59 and 3, 129 and 2, and the mile in 158 and 1. In review, 354 1-2. Go Sister Soul Sister paid 24.10 to win. The exactor was 238.10. The triactor honored the ticket 4-5 all at 692.20, and the superfecta valued at $100.29.
When you play Red Shore Summerside, you can sign the back of your non-winning ticket in our second chance draw and grand prize for the Governor's Plate. It includes a table for 4 Governor's Plate night, hotel room at the new Micro Inn and Suites at Summerside, in-room welcome basket, $40 wagering vouchers, race programs, and $500 cash. Second chance draws for Governor's Plate grand prize package underway now until Canada Day. And we'll roll the selections into the screen for the upcoming fourth race. I like a 2-6-5 in here. Backstretch beat 2-3-6. And the classifier's choice is 2-6-5 in the upcoming fourth race. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts Gold Division for $14,500 in less than 7 minutes.
Afternoon's fourth race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old Colt Pacers. Gold Division, $14,500 on the line. Hamac Charmer 1. Owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Clive Balderson. Trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepard drives. Fisherman's Son number 2 is owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabu, Nova Scotia. Walter is the trainer. Danny Gillis drives. Owned by Wild Ride Stable of Kensington, trained and driven by Dale Spence. 3 is Woodmere Expedia. No Boats on Sunday wears number 4, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 5 is Meraki, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean of Winslow. Daryl's the trainer, Jill's Barrio drives. 6 is Elm Grove Restwind, owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. David Dowling, the trainer-driver. 4 minutes wagering time in the 4th. For everything you need to play Red Shores Summerside, go to the Players Portal at Redshores.ca.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts. Gold Division for a purse of $14,500. Landing on the 2s on your screen. Fisherman's Son, 3-year-old by Arthur Bluechip for Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Walter Walker, the trainer. It's Danny Gillis in the driver's seat this afternoon. Qualified at Inverness on May the 14th. Had the rail, was a winner, 203-1. Come back again to qualify on May the 21st at Inverness. Head post 2 was a winner, 202-2. Closed it out 29-4. Last season, 9 starts, 6 wins, 8 times in the top 3, over $43,000 made, and he took his record right here at Summerside on August the 28th in the Joe O'Brien Gold Division, 155-4. Danny Gillis was in the bike, and he's in the bike today on the 2, Fisherman's Son, right now at 1-2. There's a look at the 6, Elm Grove Rest Wind, 3-year-old colt by Stonebridge Terror for Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. David Dowling, the trainer and the driver. Made a start on May the 20th at Charlottetown. Head post 4 was a winner, 158-1. Closed it out in 28-3 for David Dowling. On May the 13th at Charlottetown, had the rail, finished 2. Race timed 156-1. Closed that one out in 29-1. 7 starts last season, 2 wins, over $13,000 in the bank. And he took his mark last season of 158-3. Elm Grove Rest Win, post 6 with David Dowling at even money. So while Meraki makes an equipment adjustment in the paddock, we'll look at the odds board here for the upcoming 4th race. Halmac Charmer on the rail for Patrick Shepard at 8-1. He's on your screen right now. Fisherman's Son, the 2 for Danny Gillis at 3-4. Woodmere Expedia is the 3 for Dale Spence at 18-1. No Boats on Sunday will leave 4 for Miles Heffernan at 7-1. Meraki is the 5. Jill Barrio to drive at 8-1. And Elm Grove Rest Win, post 6 for David Dowling at 3-2. That's your field for the upcoming 4th race. Good luck with your selections. And there's a look at the 5, Meraki, back on the track. He's a 3-year-old black horse by Malicious. For Daryl and Gordon McLean of Winslow, Daryl the trainer, Gilberto in the driver's seat today. On May the 6th at Charlottetown, head post 4, Cut It All Out was a winner. 2:01.2. That was a maiden record. Daryl McLean in the bike closed it out 30 seconds flat. At Charlottetown on May the 13th, head post 5 finished third. Race time 1:57 flat, closed it out 29-1 for Gilberto. And in the Turner at Truro on May the 21st, head post 2 finished 5 on the off track. Gilberto on the bike paced in 2 minutes flat, closed it out 29-3. Over $16,000 in the bank last season from 11 tries. Meraki, post 5 with Gilberto. Good odds, 10-1.
Going to have a minor delay in the start of the 4th race. 5 Merakis returning for repairs of broken equipment, and the provincial windows remain open and selling for any last-minute selections.
Fourth race, PEI Colt Stakes. Three-year-old colts in the gold division for a purse of $14,500. They are lining up behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Halmack Charmer, Fisherman's Son, Woodmere Expedia. No boats on Sunday. Meraki, Elm Grove Restwind. Half a dozen noses moving up on the starting gate here in the gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Fisherman's Son and No Boats on Sunday. The first two out at the rail. That's Halmack Charmer. The third one into the turn. Crossing over fourth is Meraki. To pick up fifth is Elm Grove Restwind. The early trailer is Woodmere Expedia. Up the backstretch they go. Fisherman's Son in line to Danny Gillis on the early lead. No Boats on Sunday. The longest shot on the board got away with a two-hole ride. Halmack Charmer along the inside third. Racing fourth, that's Meraki. Fifth is Elm Grove Restwind, and trailing the field, that is Woodmere Expedia. They arrived at the opening quarter in 29 and 3. One straight back to 6 as they round the paddock turn, led by Fisherman's Son. No Boats on Sunday is second, racing from third. That is Halmack Charmer. Fourth up the rail, Meraki. Back into fifth is Elm Grove Restwind. Trailing the field, Woodmere Expedia. They're halfway home in the gold, led by Fisherman's Son. Tracking along in the two-hole, No Boats on Sunday, 59 and 3 was the half, and there goes the inquiry sign. Fourth race under an inquiry. 3/8 left to go. Fisherman's Son the leader. No Boats on Sunday is second. On the move in the outside third. Elm Grove Restwind is underway. Fourth and going out is Halmack Charmer. Meraki fifth. Woodmere Expedia on the outside the trailer. They go on by the three-quarters, and on the outside, Elm Grove Restwind is taking over the lead. 3/4 in 1, 29 and 1, eighth of a mile left to go, and it's Elm Grove Restwind and Dowling turning home. Fisherman's Son is second. Battle shapes up third. Deep stretch now. Elm Grove Restwind. Fisherman's Son. No Boats on Sunday. Elm Grove Restwind for Dowling in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold. Fisherman's Son was second. No Boats on Sunday will finish third. The time for the mile in 1:57.4. Reminder, we do have an inquiry underway in the fourth race. Judge's inquiry.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's fourth race. And we saw Fisherman's Son go to the front, 29-3, the half up 59-3. Going to three-quarters, they're there 129-1, just past three-quarters. Elm Grove Restwind took over the lead and opens up in deep stretch here to win in 157-4. That's a new race win record. Fisherman's Son settles for the deuce. In for third is the 4. No Boats on Sunday. Here in race number 4, we will see Elm Grove Restwind and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standard Bids Winner's Circle next.
Judge's inquiry involves a break on 3, Woodmere Expedia at the start. Results of the fourth race inquiry, no violations. Well, a power move by driver David Dowling gets him into the winner's circle here in the fourth race, the division of the PEI Colt Stakes, with the sixth entry, Elm Grove Rest Wind, Bay Pacing Colt 3 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Racing Hanover Dam, Elm Grove Dallas, owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and James Quinn of York. The colt bred by Bobby Gordon of Helmsdale. David Dowling training and driving, guiding him to a new record of 157 and 4. Elm Grove Rest Wind in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division. Once again, joining us all afternoon, Cam McPhee and Julie Jameson with presentations. Here's the official results from the fourth race. Hamac Charmer fourth, Fisherman's Son second. Woodmere Expedia was sixth. No Boats on Sunday third. Meraki finished fifth. Elm Grove Rest Wind, the race winner. Fractions went 29 and 3, 59 and 3, 129 and 1, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, it's 426 351. Elm Grove Rest Wind at $8. The Exactor $15.70, Triactor $66.60, and the Superfecta was $25.98.
Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses, an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $25. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. And we'll bring the picks into the screen for the upcoming fifth race here this afternoon. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division for a purse of $5,800. And we're coming up with the Vance Cam here, Vance and I as well. I'm going with a 7-6-4 in here. Backstretch beat like 6-4-1. And the classifier's choice at 6-5-7 in the upcoming fifth race in 7 minutes.
fifth race featuring the Super High Five, a division of the 3-year-old fillies. Dusty Lane Daisy won, owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, and Michael Bailey of Morel. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 2 Gin and Tonic, owned by Brian Foley, Aaron Carver, Mark Deland, and Donnie Stewart. The trainer-driver is Mike McGuigan. Le'Veon Bell, number 3, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Kyle DeRoche. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 is Salisbrook Abbey, owned by Saul and Peter Lanigan of Montague, Mark Lanigan of Stratford, trained by Saul Lanigan, Corey McPherson driving. 5 is Salisbrook Honey, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 'Hamac Smoothie, number 6, owned by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Jules Barrio. 7 Stone Cold Girl, owned by Guy Turbide, Robert Poirier, Jonathan Theriot, and Stefan Boudreau, trained and driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes wagering time on the 5th race, featuring the Super High Five. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first of 2 Super High Fives on this Super Sunday of PEI Colt Stakes on a beauty of an afternoon here in historic Summerside. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 5th, I think it's a wide open event. I'm jumping on the Jill Barrio drive on Hamac Smoothie, a winner last time around. She came first up at Charlottetown. She was 60 cents on the dollar, so the punters did like her very much. Going to go to the 4, Salisbrook Abbey. She makes her first par-mutual start, but has a pretty impressive qualifying line with that 28-2 closer for a mile and 2 minutes and a 1/5. Headed to the rail in the Mark Campbell trainee for 3rd, Dusty Lane Daisy. Going to go way wide to Dowling in the 7, Stone Cold Girl for 4th. And my Super High Five concludes with the 5, Salisbrook Honey. I like 6, 4, 1, 7, 5. Rocky, your choices.
Well, we have the same numbers, just a little different order here. I'm going with the 7, Stone Cold Girl. She shows 157-1, 159-3 on her program, the fastest of all these. For second, I like the 6, Hamac Smoothie, was a winner last start at Charlottetown, 2:01 flat, Jill Barrio in the bike. For third, the 4, Salisbrook Abbey, as you mentioned, first lifetime start here this afternoon, Vance. For fourth, I like the 5, Salisbrook Honey with Jason Hughes. And to round out my Super High Five, I'll go with the rail horse, Dusty Lane Daisy, Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. So I like 7, 6, 4, 5, 1. Vance is 6, 4, 1, 7, 5. Get in on the Super High Five. So with 2 minutes before post time for the upcoming 5th race, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots division for $5,800. Gonna have a look at the odds board. Dusty Lane Daisy on the rail, your current choice right now at even money with Mark Campbell in the bike on your screen right now. The 2, Gin and Tonic, Mike McGuigan to drive at 13-1. Le'Veon Bell is the 3 for Kenny Murphy at 16-1. Salisbrook Abbey, post 4 for Corey McPherson. First lifetime start this afternoon. She's on your screen right now. 4-1. Salisbrook Honey is the 5 for Jason Hughes at 17-1. Hamac Smoothie, post 6. Jill Barrio in the bike at 3-1. And Stone Cold Girl, David Dowling in the bike from post 7 at 5-2. That's your field for the upcoming 5th race. 3-year-old fillies in the grassroots division. Good luck with your selections. The afternoon's fifth race, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots for a purse of $5,800. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Dusty Lane Daisy, Gin and Tonic, Le'Veon Bell, Salisbrook Abbey, Salisbrook Honey, Howmack Smoothie, Stone Cold Girl, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Howmack Smoothie, the first one away. Dusty Lane Daisy along the rail. In between horses, as they move into the turn, is Salisbrook Honey. On the rail away fourth is Gin and Tonic. Stone Cold Girl on the outside fifth. Then in sixth is Salisbrook Abbey. In the early trailer, that's Le'Veon Bell. Up the backstretch they go. And Howmack Smoothie for Barrio cleared the lead. Dusty Lane Daisy is second. There's a large gap in the early going to third. And that is Salisbrook Honey there. Moving up fourth is Stone Cold Girl. Gin and Tonic has fifth. Salisbrook Abbey sixth. Trailing seventh, Le'Veon Bell. 28-3 was the quarter. They round the turn, arriving at 3/8. The leader is Howmack Smoothie. Racing from second is Dusty Lane Daisy. Stone Cold Girl dropped in third. Racing from fourth is Salisbrook Honey. Gin and Tonic fifth. There goes Salisbrook Abbey underway from sixth, and on the outside seventh, Le'Veon Bell. At the midway point in the fifth, led by Howmack Smoothie in 58-4. Around the turn, arriving next at the 5/8, and the leader there is Howmack Smoothie. From the outside, it's Salisbrook Abbey second. Third up the rail, Dusty Lane Daisy. Now racing fourth is Stone Cold Girl. Le'Veon Bell fifth. On the outside is Salisbrook Honey sixth. Gin and Tonic seventh. They're at 3/4. New leader, Salisbrook Abbey has taken over late. Second is Howmack Smoothie. Stone Cold Girl on the outside third. 3/4 tripped in 28-3, and they turn on down the home stretch. Salisbrook Abbey in her pari-mutuel debut, clear on the lead. Howmack Smoothie, Stone Cold Girl, Dusty Lane Daisy, and Salisbrook Honey, but Salisbrook Abbey wins in the PEI Colt Stakes for Corey McPherson. Looked like Stone Cold Girl second, and a hard-charging Salisbrook Honey is there in that place picture. Time for the mile in 1:58-1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay in the afternoon's fifth race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division, $5,800 purse. And Howmack Smoothie went to the front, 28-3, half up, 58-4, going to 3/4. First-time starter, Salisbrook Abbey and Corey McPherson, they rushed to the lead, 128-3 to 3/4. They open up on the field to win here in her pari-mutuel debut, 158-1. That is a maiden record. Up for second, it looks like the 7 Stone Cold Girl is second, and the 5 Salisbrook Honey third. The 6 Howmack Smoothie in there for fourth, so 4, 7, 5, 6 unofficially in the afternoon's fifth race. And we'll see Salisbrook Abbey with Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Team Lanigan were hiding this filly down east. She was very impressive in her par habitual today. Going to the winner's circle in the division of the PEI Colt Stakes, that's the 4 Salisbrook Abbey, pacing Brown Filly 3 by Militias from the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam, Hemi Knockanoy, owned by Saul and Peter Lanigan of Montague and Mark Lanigan of Stratford. Filly bred by Salisbrook Stables Incorporated and Joe Baxter of Nova Scotia. She's trained by Saul Lanigan and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. In her debut, it's a maiden record of 158-1. Salisbrook Abbey in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in race 5. Dusty Lane Daisy 5th, Gin and Tonic 6th. La Vie en Belle was 7th. Salisbrook Abbey the race winner. Salisbrook Honey was 3rd. Halmack Smoothie finished 4th. Stone Cold Girl was 2nd. Fractions 28-3, 58-4, 128-3, and the mile 158-1. In review, it's 5, 6, 7, 1, 3, 4, 2. Salisbrook Abbey paid $6.80 on the nose. The exactor $30. Triactor $115.50, and the Super High Five $31.48.
Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors, and any new announcements from our Red Shores official platforms at Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 6th race. I'm going with a 4-6-3 in here. Backstretch beat like 6-4-3, and the classifier's choice is 4-3-6. In the upcoming 6th race, PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colts Grassroots Division for $7,250 in less than 6 minutes.
On the sixth race, Post Parade, number 1, Futures Diablo, owned by Brian Edwards of Summerside, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Corey McPherson driving. 2, No Fool McKinley is owned by Garth Cole of Kensington and Alfred Baglow of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Arsenault drives. 3, Nibbler is owned by Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore and Joseph Gamba from Pugwash, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 4 is Woodmere Dealer, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 5 is Woodmere Skyline, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford and Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 6 is Woodmere Knight, owned by Colin Johnson, Matt and David Burke, and Don McNeil Jr., trained by Colin Johnson, Kenny Murphy driving. The on-track pick 5 returns today. Ballots must be in by the start of this race. Rocky Skierman is next with the top contenders.
My very first time visiting Prince Edward Island, we took the ferry. I remember the excitement of breaking away from the mainland. That never left me the whole time we were there. It felt like a real adventure. Naturally, I keep coming back, and so does that very same feeling the moment I get on the PEI ferry.
So we're going to head out to the track for the afternoon 6th race, PEI Colt Stakes 3-roll Colts, Grassroots Division for a purse of $7,250. I'm landing on the 4 in here, Woodmere Dealer, 3-roll by Roll With It Harry. For Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes is the trainer and the driver. Comes into this one on a winning streak, including the qualifier. On May the 20th, had post 4, wire-to-wire winner, 201-1. If you go back to February the 5th at Charlottetown, head post 6, was a winner in 159-3. That was a new race win record. Closed it out in 29-3 for Jason Hughes. Woodmere Dealer, post 4 today with Mr. Hughes in the bike. Right now, your co-favorite at 9-5. And there we see the 6, Woodmere Knight, 3-year-old by Arthur Bluechip for Colin Johnson, Matt and David Burke, and Don McNeil. Had a chat with him through text here earlier today. Colin Johnson is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy will do the driving today. Start at May the 20th at Charlottetown, head post 4. Finished second, race timed 1:59 flat, closed it out 29-2 for Mark Campbell. Start before that, May the 11th at Charlottetown, post 2, finished 2. Race timed 1:57-3, closed it out in 28-3 for Kenny Murphy, and Mr. Murphy back in the bike today for Woodmere Knight, post 6 at 5-1. And there's a look at the 3, Nibbler, 3-roll by Stonebridge Terror for Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Joseph Gamba of Pugwash, Nova Scotia, Mark Campbell, the trainer and the driver. Last start at Charlottetown, made a break, finished distance, we'll throw that one out. So May the 13th at Charlottetown, had post 2 and finished 4. Race timed 1:57-1, closed it out in 29-3. 11 starts last season. Had a win, 201-2, maiden record. over $8,000 in the bank. He has post 3 today. Nibbler with Mark Campbell. Your current choice now at 7-5. So there's the call to post for the afternoon's 6th race. And we'll look at the odds board. Futures Diablo on the rail for Corey McPherson at 6-1. No Fool McKinley, the 2 for Kenny Arsenault at 12-1. Nibbler, the 3 for Mark Campbell at 6-5. Woodmere Dealer is the 4 for Jason Hughes at 2-1. Woodmere Skyline post 5 for Mike McGuigan on your screen right now at 7-2. And the 6, Woodmere Knight. Kenny Murphy in the bike right now at 4-1. That's your field for the afternoon's 6th race. 3-year-old Colts, Grassroots Division for $7,250. Good luck with your selections.
Another little minor delay in the start of the 6th. 3 Nibblers returning for an equipment adjustment.
Have a birthday shout out this afternoon coming up this coming Tuesday, May the 30th. Ernie Arsenault will be 93 years young. Happy birthday, Ernie, from all of us and all your friends here at Red Shores. As the 6th race moves in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts in the Grassroots Division. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Futures Diablo, No Fool McKinley, Nibbler, Woodmere Dealer, Woodmere Skyline, Woodmere Knight. It's the PEI Colt Stakes Grassroots Division for 3-year-old pacing colts, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Woodmere Dealers, the first one out. On the far outside, it's Woodmere Knight. Nibbler, the third one into the turn. No Fool McKinley got away fourth. Futures Diablo fifth. And then the trailer, Woodmere Skyline. They swing past the 8th pole and straighten up the backstretch of Woodmere Dealer. And the Blue Knight Hughes out in front early. Second is a Woodmere Knight to get away third. That is Nibbler. No Fool McKinley races fourth. That's Futures Diablo fifth. And trailing the field, Woodmere Skyline on by the opening quarter mile. Woodmere Dealer in control. 29 seconds flat was the quarter. Woodmere Knight on the turn second. Nibbler continues third. That is No Fool McKinley fourth. Futures Diablo on the rail fifth. On the outside, the trailer is a Woodmere Skyline. Down the stretch they come. The half mile is up next. And it's Woodmere Dealer on the lead. Here's Nibbler now on the outside to take over second. second. Third up the rail is Woodmere Knight. Racing fourth on the outside, Woodmere Skyline. No Fool McKinley fifth. Now the trailer, Futures Diablo. The half mile in a minute and 3. Around the turn they go, arriving at 5/8, and Woodmere Dealer is still there. Racing second on the outside is Nibbler, then in third towards the rail of Woodmere Knight. Fourth on the inside, No Fool McKinley. Fifth is Woodmere Skyline, and the trailer in the backfield after a break, Futures Diablo. They're on past the 3/4. Woodmere Dealer is still there. Nibbler on the outside towards the rail, Woodmere Knight, the 3/4 in 1:29 and 2. They went 28 and 4 in the third quarter. Homeward bound they come. Woodmere Dealer trying to close it out. Here's Woodmere Knight to take over late. No Fool McKinley on the far outside. On the line, that is Woodmere Knight and Kenny Murphy in the PEI Colt Stakes. Woodmere Dealer was second. Woodmere Skyline is third. Oh, a big afternoon for Woodmere Standard Breds. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon sixth race. PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts, the grassroots division. Woodmere Dealer went to the front, 29 seconds. The half up a minute, 3/5. Down to 3/4 in 1:29 and 2 when he had company. Woodmere Knight pops out of the 2-hole with Kenny Murphy aboard, and they get the job done here today. 1:59 and 1. That's a maiden record for this 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip. Congratulations to Don McNeil, Matt and David Burke, and Colin Johnson, who are the owners of this colt. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. In for second is the 4 Woodmere Dealer. Woodmere Skyline in there for third, and No Fool McKinley is fourth. So we are looking at a 6-4-5-1 here in race 6 unofficially. And we'll see Woodmere Knight in the Woodmere Standard Breds winner circle in a moment. Last call for 50-50. Lynn's around here right now doing last call 50-50. The winner gets $500 so far. Good luck.
There's a look at the six-race winner, number 6, Woodmere Knight, going to the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 3 by Arthur Blue Chip. From the Mach 3 Dam, St. Lads Morgan, owned by Colin Johnson, Matt and David Burke, and Don McNeil Jr. Colt bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. He's trained by Colin Johnson, driven to victory by Kenny Murphy, and he will pace to a maiden record today of 1:59 and 1. Woodmere Knight in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results in race 6. Futures Diablo was 6th. No Fool McKinley 4th. Nibbler finished 5th. Woodmere Dealer 2nd. Woodmere Skyline 3rd. Woodmere Knight the race winner, fractions of 29. 1 minute 3. 1:29 and 2. and the mile 159 and 1. In review, it's 645 231. Woodmere Knight paid $11.50 to win. The exactor was 20.70, triactor 83.20, and the superfactor 30.76.
Dark Horse, the first legal sports betting app in Canada, also allows users to stream the races right in the app for immediate action. Users can play for free or bet with real money. Check out the new app, Dark Horse, available in the App Store. And we'll roll the selections into the screen for the upcoming 7th race. I like a 165 in here, backstretch beat and the classifier, liking 156 in the upcoming 7th race. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies Gold Division for $11,600 in less than 7 minutes.
Today's 7th race, a Gold Division for 3-year-old filly pacers. Number 1, Rock and Roll K's, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, Kenny Murphy driving. 2 is Shadow Angel, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepard drives. Woodmere Heather M wears number 3. For the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, Tommy Weatherby does the conditioning, Brody McPhee driving. 4 is Halmac Julia, owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsan Farms, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Adam Murner. Number 5, Woodmere Clara, owned by Claire and Neldy McDonald, Fonzie McCachran, and Ian Tate. Claire trains and drives. Singing Ramona, number 6, owned by Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie is the conditioner. Jills Barrio is the driver. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on the 7th. Now another edition of 60 seconds or less.
Now time for 60 seconds or less with Peter McPhee.
Back with another round of 60 seconds or less. In the hot seat today, it's Mark Campbell. Mark, let's get right to it here. Who is your favorite? What is your favorite movie of all time?
I'd have to go with Tombstone.
Who is your favorite actor or actress?
Tom Hardy.
What's the best show you've watched on Netflix or Crave?
I love the Peaky Blinders.
You get a backstage pass to any concert. Who do you choose?
Luke Combs.
What would you rather do, announce a race or co-host on the race day broadcast?
Co-host.
Did you pick more winners than the guys?
Probably not.
You get 2 tickets to any sporting event in the world. Where are you going?
Yeah, I thought about this one. I don't know. Maybe Elite Lop over in Sweden. I think that'd be a pretty cool spot to just be a spectator for the day.
For sure. You get to invite 3 people over for dinner. Who are you inviting?
I thought about this one a lot too, and I went with famous people, not so famous people, but I think I'll just stick with my wife and kids, honestly. I mean, Sunday breakfast is what we're at, so.
Where would you go on your dream vacation?
I'd like to see Africa.
Give us your dream race to be in and win.
The Hambo.
What song do you sing along to in the car?
I don't. I try not to sing. But probably Barrett's Privateers.
Thanks for watching 60 seconds or less.
Great job by Mark Campbell on 60 seconds or less. Let's head out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies. Gold division for $11,600. Landing on the rail sitter in here. Rock and Roll K's 3-year-old filly by Tobago K's for Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Kenny Murphy looking to go back-to-back. He's in the driver's seat this afternoon. Last start in the Turner last Sunday at Truro. Had the rail and finished second. Race time 1:56.2. Closed it out in 30 seconds flat. The start before that, first start of the season at Charlottetown, May the 6th. Had post 4 and finished 2. Just got beat by half a length, 1:58.1. Closed that one out in a snappy 27.2. 8 starts last season, 8 times in the top 3 with 3 wins and over $32,000 in the bank and a 2-year-old record of 1:56.4 at Charlottetown. Rock and Roll K's on the rail with Mr. Murphy at 7-5. And there's a look at the 6, Singing Ramona. 3-year-old filly by Sports Writer for Jamie Smith and Saki McDonald of Charlottetown. Jamie the trainer. Gilles Barrio looking for win number 3 this afternoon. He is in the driver's seat. Last start and in Truro last Sunday. Post 6, finished 2, just beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:59.1. Closed it out in 30.2. 10 starts last season, had 5 wins, over $19,000 in the bank, and took a record as a 2-year-old of 1:56.3 at Charlottetown on September the 22nd. Singing Ramona, post 6 with Gilles Barrio, 7-2. And there's a look at the 5, Woodmere Clara. 3-year-old filly by He's Watching for Claire and Neldy McDonald and Fonzie McCachran and Ian Tate. Claire McDonald's the trainer and the driver. Impressive start on that muddy track at Truro last Sunday. Head post 2 was parked out to the quarter in 28 seconds flat, cleared to the front, and was a winner, 1:56.1. Closed it out in 30.2. She's 3 for 3 in 2023. Last season, 6 starts, had a win, 1:57, season's best at Truro. Woodmere Clara, post 5 with Claire McDonald at 3-2. A shout out to Mickey Saunier, joins me here in the broadcast desk to say hello this afternoon. George Riley's here, Paul Trainer, as the 7th race, PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies in the gold division, lines up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Rock and Roll K, Shadow Angel, Woodmere Heather M, How Mac Julia, Woodmere Clara, Singing Ramona, gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old filly Pacers, chasing $11,600 in purse money. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Singing Ramona from the far outside. On the rail, Rock and Roll K's, Woodmere Clara's between horses, Shadow Angel along the inside. To get away fifth is Woodmere Heather M, then the early trailer. That is How Mac Julia. Up the backstretch they go. Rock and Roll K's the leader for Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Clara is going to drop in second. Racing from third, that's Singing Ramona. Shadow Angel on the cones fourth. Woodmere Heather M fifth, trailing the field. That's How Mac Julia. They're strung out on by the opening station. Rock and Roll K's demanded the lead, and he's over to the quarter. 28 and 1 open this one up. The serious leader, Rock and Roll K's and Kenny Murphy. Racing second, that's Woodmere Clara. Singing Ramona down the stretch for third. Racing from fourth, that's Shadow Angel. In fifth is Woodmere Heather M. And trailing the field, How Mac Julia. That's Rock and Roll K's the midway point leader. Tried to get a breather in the second quarter, not quite there. 58 seconds flat for a half a mile. Rock and Roll K's the leader at 5-8. Woodmere Clara second. Singing Ramona is there third. Fourth on the outside, Woodmere Heather M. Racing from fifth is Shadow Angel. Trailing the field, How Mac Julia. They arrive at 3/4. Rock and Roll K's is still there. Woodmere Clara, the textbook 2-hole ride. Singing Ramona round the turn third. 3/4 up in 1. 27 and 4. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rock and Roll K's to bring them home. Woodmere Clara second. Singing Ramona to the outside third. Down the stretch they come. Rock and Roll K's almost there. Woodmere Clara on the outside. Rock and Roll K's doubles up Kenny Murphy in the PEI Colt Stakes. Woodmere Clara was second. Third is Singing Ramona. Time for the mile in 1:56.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon 7th race. Rock and Roll K's on the rail with Kenny Murphy. Demanded to cut it. 28 and 1. The half 58 flat. Down the 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. And she puts off the challenge of Woodmere Clara and holds on to win right to her record, 1:56 and 4. Kenny Murphy goes back-to-back here this afternoon. Woodmere Clara will settle for the deuce. Singing Ramona in there for third. And for fourth is the 2, Shadow Angel. So we have a 1:5.62 unofficially in the afternoon 7th race. And we shall see Rock and Roll K's and Mr. Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
Rock and Roll K's going to the 7th race winner's circle. Big pacing filly 3 by Tobago K's off the Camlock Dam Timel Extra, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Filly bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Jeff Holmes, driven to victory by Kenny Murphy. Kenny's second win in the PEI Colt Stakes today for the double. The mile 150, 6-4. She goes right to her 2-year-old record. Rock and Roll K's in the PEI Colt Stakes. Julie Jameson, Cam McPhee from the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association. They're joining us today with the presentations.
Last call 50-50. Lynn is up here in the oval right now. Last call 50-50.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the 7th race. Rock and Roll K's the winner. Shadow Angel 4th. Woodmere Heather M 5th. Hamac Julia was 6th. Woodmere Clara finished 2nd. Singing Ramona 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 1. 58. 127 and 4. And the mile 156 and 4. In review 145 623. Rock and Roll K's paid 360. The exactor was 760, the triactor was 790, and the superfecta was 307.
Red Shores will once again be featured in PEI hotels for the 2023 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, the Holiday Inn, the Delta Prince Edward, and the brand new Micro Hotel and Suites by Wyndham, Summerside. Next to our Red Shore Summerside location, if you're making plans for our upcoming stakes events, Governor's Plate in July, or other sporting events, check out the in-room offer for Red Shore Summerside. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts, Grassroots Division, $7,250 on the line. I like a 3-5-4 in here. Backstretch beat and the classifier's choice liking 3-4-5 in the upcoming 8th race in less than 6 minutes.
eighth race has the 3-year-old pacing colts in the grassroots division of the VEI Colt Stakes. Number 1, Magical Lucas, owned by Barry Martin of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Ronnie Gaz. Corey McPherson drives. Bad Boy Boogie wears number 2, owned and trained by Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station. Mike McGuigan's up. 3 is Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie, Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Melissa is the trainer, driven by Adam Murner. Proud of You Today wears number 4 for owners Gordon, David and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. Keith is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. 5, J.J. Landon, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, for trainer-driver Gilles Barrio. Six is Saltwater Johnny, owned by Kyle Gardner of Cardigan, Joseph Gardner of Mount Stewart. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee's up. Number 7 is Tobin's Party for owner Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 8th race. Live racing returns Thursday at Redshores, Charlottetown, with the opening post time at 6 o'clock.
And don't forget about the sale. The Atlantic Classic Sale 2023 is October the 6th. New start time, 12:30 p.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. The entries are open from May the 1st to the 31st at 5 p.m. Enter consignment online at peiharnessracing.ca/forums or by phone at 902-569-1682. Heading out to the track for the afternoon's 8th race, 3-year-old colts in the grassroots division, landing on the 3, Impeccable Shadow. 3-year-old black gelding by Shadow Play for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Melissa the trainer, Adam Murner in the driver's seat. At Truro last week in the Turner, made a break. We'll throw that start out. The start before that at Charlottetown on May the 13th, head post 7, was parked to the quarter in 29 flat. Went on to go wire to wire in 1:55.4. New race win record, closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Last season, 6 starts, had 2 wins, 1:58.2 at Charlottetown, over 8,000 in the bank. Post 3 today for Impeccable Shadow with Adam Murner. Right now, your current choice at 1-2. And there we see the 5, J.J. Landon, 3-year-old by Tobago Case for David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and the driver, has 1 start this season. That was May the 20th at Charlottetown, post 5, finished 4, race time 2 minutes 1/5, closed it out in 28.3. Still looking for that first win. 7 starts last season, 4 times in the top 3 with 3 seconds and a third, over $9,000 in the bank. Post 5 today, J.J. Landon with Gilles Barrio. Good odds, 9-1. And there we see the 4, Proud of You Today, 3-year-old by Pang Shui for Gordon and David and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford. Keith Ford, the trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call to drive today. May the 20th at Charlottetown, post 2, finished 3rd. Race timed 2 minutes flat, closed it out in 28.3 for Keith Ford. Post 4 today, great spot to work from. Proud of You Today with Mark Campbell at 7-1. And we'll look at the odds board for the upcoming 8th race. Magical Lucas on the rail for Corey McPherson at 8-1. Bad Boy Boogie is leaving from post 2 with Mike McGuigan at 4-1. Impeccable Shadow, the 3 for Adam Murner, your current choice at 1-2. Proud of You Today leaves 4 for Mark Campbell at 9-1. JJ Landon is the 5 for Jill Berrio at 8-1. Saltwater Johnny the 6 for Brody McPhee at 28-1. And Tobin's Party, he'll leave 7 for Jason Hughes at 12-1. That's your field for the upcoming 8th race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. Good luck with your selections. Somebody has lost a cell phone, has a driver's license and stuff in it. If you can bring it to the photo booth, located on the north end of the grandstand. Somebody lost a cell phone. If you could bring it there, that would be much appreciated. Eighth race, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts Grassroots Division. We're going to welcome Johnny Holmes home here. He's up here this afternoon. They're moving in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Order 1 to go, John Holmes. They're lighting up here in the 8th. Magical Lucas. Bad Boy Boogie, Impeccable Shadow. Proud of you today, JJ Landon, Saltwater, Johnny Tobin's Party, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing all but the 3. Impeccable Shadow, the heavy favorites on the run. Into the turn, Bad Boy Boogie, the leader. Proud of you today is second, coming up on the outside for third. As they move on around the turn, straighten up the backstretch. Tobin's Party up the rail 4th. Magical Lucas, JJ Landon 5th with Saltwater Johnny. Back down pacing, but has a lot of work to do, is Impeccable Shadow, the 1-9 choice at the back. On by that opening quarter mile, led by Bad Boy Boogie. In line to Mike McGuigan, 28-4 was the quarter. Proud of you today, races from second, Tobin's Party in third, racing from fourth. Oh, on that inside, Magical Lucas, JJ Landon 5th. Off stride went Saltwater Johnny, and he took Impeccable Shadow out of it. As they arrive at the opening half mile, Bad Boy Boogie, the midway point leader here with Mike McGuigan, and he's at long odds. Proud of you today, second, racing third. That's Tobin's Party into the turn, 4th, Magical Lucas, 58-4 was the half. Racing from 5th is JJ Landon. Saltwater Johnny is 6th, and trailing the field, Impeccable Shadow. They're on the back stretch, and they race now to 3/4, led by Bad Boy Boogie. Proud of you today, getting a textbook 2-hole ride. Back into third, Tobin's Party. JJ Landon moving up to take 4th. Magical Lucas now 5th with Impeccable Shadow. Now the trailer, Saltwater Johnny 28-3 was the 3/4. They turn for home. Bad Boy Boogie. Here's Proud of You today on the outside now with his head in front. JJ Landon 3rd, Tobin's Party 4th. Proud of You today in the division of the PEI Colt Stakes for Mark Campbell. Second is Bad Boy Boogie. JJ Landon will finish 3rd. The time for the mile for the Grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 1:58-1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 8th race. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts, the grassroots division. Bad Boy Boogie was on a mission, 28-4 the half and 58-4. Down to 3/4, 128-3, and he couldn't fend off the challenger. Proud of You Today, Mark Campbell. They get the win here. Maiden record, 158-1. That's a nice one. Up for second, Bad Boy Boogie. He did all the work in the front. JJ Landon in there for third, and Impeccable Shadow recovered from the break to finish fourth. So unofficially, we have 4, 2, 5, 3 in the 8th race, and we'll see Proud of You Today and Mark Campbell back in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle next.
Proud of You Today lives up to his name as he moves into the 8th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Pang Shui from the Yankee Leader Dam, MD's Casey's Charm. Owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal, and Keith Ford. The breeders are Gordon, David, Douglas Neal. Mark Campbell's in the driver's seat, who got him to a maiden record of 158-1. Proud of You Today, capturing a division of the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by our new player portal. Everything you need to play the horses with programs, picks, mobile wagering, up-to-date stats, replays, and special features. Check out the new Red Shores player portal. Click on the racing tab at Redshores.ca.
Here's the official results from the 8th race. Magical Lucas was 7th. Bad Boy Boogie 2nd. Impeccable Shadow 4th. Proud of You Today was the race winner. JJ Landon finished 3rd. Saltwater Johnny was 6th. Tobin's Party finished 5th. Fractions of 28-4, 58-4. 128-3, and the mile 158-1. In review, it's 7-2-4. 1365. Proud of You Today, $23.60 to win. The exactor $172. Triactor paid $408, and the superfactor was $93.52. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $600. The winning number will be 831484. Today's 50-50 winning number for $600, 831484. Good luck.
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary and interviews, special segments along with 60 seconds or less, the Vans Cam and slow motion replays. Watch for upcoming events and promotions such as Bounce Back Tuesdays in June. Spend $20 or more on our live racing and receive 20% discount card for West End Bar and Grill. The new Spin to Win wheel contest for players and second chance draws for the big Governor's Plate Grand Prize package. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes for a purse of $5,800. I'm liking a 1-3-4 in here. Backstretch beat 1-2-4. And the classifiers choice is 3-4-6 in the upcoming 9th race in 6 minutes.
Three-year-old filly Pacers for the 9th race. They're on parade. Tobin's Future One, owned by Valley Grove Farms of Calvin Grove, trained by Marvin Webster. Mike McGuigan catch drives. Too Much for You wears number 2, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, Hollis Newson and Clive Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, Patrick Shepard driving. 3, Woodmere Macarenas, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, and Wayne McRae. Paul Angel trains and drives. Dusty Lane Zara, number 4, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson up. 5, Southfield Star, owned by Terry Morrison, Erwin Kleiner, and Joseph Lewis, trained by Donald Kennedy. John Gerard Kennedy's above the wheels. 6 is Look Over Your, owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, and Philip Valley of Vernon River. Mark Campbell training and driving. 7, Salisbrook Pixie, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes wagering time on today's 9th race. Race Day Live is back with top contenders in just a moment.
The Governor's Plate has a storied history in harness racing on Prince Edward Island. Through the years, deserving winners and champions have been celebrated in Summerside. From the first edition in 1969 and every year since, this race is a must-see on the harness racing calendar.
There's a brouhaha going on in the Governor's Plate. Boom! Just like that, 27 seconds flat. It is history. Two-time winner, Outlaw Positive Charge and Terry Gallant have done it tonight. New leader, Macapulco, in line to Mario El Fronto. Governor's Plate, 54, no plan intended for David Dowling.
The Governor's Plate, proudly presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 9th race. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots for $5,800. Landing on the rail center in here, Tobin's Future, 3-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip for Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Marvin Webster, the trainer. Mike McGuigan will do the driving today. Our season's opener here Monday, May the 22nd, post 4 was a winner, 2:02 flat, closed it out 29-3 for Corey McPherson. The start before that, her first start of the season, May the 11th at Charlottetown, head post 7, finished third, race timed 1:58-3, closed it out 28-2 for Corey McPherson. Just her 7th lifetime start, and she's got the rail today. Tobin's Future with Mike McGuigan, your current choice at 9-5. There we get a look at the 3, Woodmere Macarena, 3-year-old filly by Roll With It Harry for Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McRae, Paul Angel, the trainer, and he is also the driver. Last week in the Turner, post 3, finished 6th, race time 2:01 flat, closed it out in 30-4. The start before that, at Truro on the 14th of May, back tier post 8, finished 2, race time 2 minutes 4 fifths, closed it out in 28-4. Woodmere Macarena, post 3 with Paul Angel at 2-1. There's a look at the 4, Dusty Lane Zara, 3-year-old filly by Peng Shui for Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Ronnie Gass, the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Last start at Charlottetown, May the 18th, post 3, finished 3, race time 2:01 flat. Makes her 8th lifetime start this afternoon in the stakes. Dusty Lane Zara with Corey McPherson at 9-2. Just had a great chat with my friend John Holmes. He's home for a few days here in Prince Edward Island. Winner of the Gold Cup and Saucer, the Maple Leaf Trot. Great to see John home here. Welcome home, John, here this afternoon. As the 9th race, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division. They line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Tobin's Future, Too Much For You, Woodmere Macarena, Dusty Lane Zara, Southfield Star, Look Over Your, and Salisbrook Pixie on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Tobin's Future along the rail leaving. Coming from the outside is Look Over Your, the third one into the turn. Too Much For You, Woodmere Macarena's away fourth. Coming up fifth from the outside. As they move on around the turn is Southfield Star. Racing from sixth, Dusty Lane Zara. The early trailer seventh, Salisbrook Pixie. On the backstretch for the first time approaching the opening quarter. Tobin's Future on the engine. In line to Mike McGuigan. Look Over Your is racing second. We're under an inquiry. Then third towards the rail is Too Much For You. All alone in fourth, Woodmere Macarena. Southfield Star fifth. Then it's Dusty Lane Zara, and trailing the field, Salisbrook Pixie 29-2. The opening quarter, they come off the paddock turn and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. The leader is Tobin's Future. Look over your races from second. Third is Too Much for You. Off stride at the inside was Woodmere Macarena. Now moving into fourth is Salisbrook Pixie. Southfield Star is fifth. Moving into sixth, Dusty Lane Zara. Now the trailer, Woodmere Macarena, 59 seconds flat. The halfway home time. Up the backstretch they go, and they're chasing Tobin's Future towards the three quarters. Look over your is getting the two-hole ride. Too Much for You under submerging third. Racing up fourth is Salisbrook Pixie. Dusty Lane Zara now fifth. Southfield Star sixth. Trailing seventh, Woodmere Macarena. The three quarters was up in 1:28-3. Eighth of a mile left to go. Tobin's Future drifts out, and up the rail comes Look Over Your, and down the home stretch they come. Tobin's Future still there. Look Over Your towards the rail. On the line they come next. Tobin's Future for Mike McGuigan. Second is Look Over Your. Too Much for You held on to third. That time for the mile in 1:58-1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's ninth race. We're under an inquiry in here, and we see Tobin's Future went to the front 29-2, the half 59, three quarters 1:28-3. There's some confusion there, but Tobin's Future wins it 1:58-1. That is a new race win record. Look Over, you're in there for second. Too Much for You third, but we are under an inquiry. Hold all tickets.
The judges' inquiry in the ninth race involves the three Woodmere Macarena and the break at the start. Results of the ninth race inquiry. 3 Woodmere Macarena made the break on her own after the start. Interfered with the 4-horse Dusty Lane Zara, with 4 finishing ahead of 3. No placings required. Tobin's Future going to the ninth race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 by Arthur Bluechip off the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie, owned by Valley Grove Farms of Kelvin Grove. Filly bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. She's trained by Marvin Webster, and Mike McGuigan gets the catch driving call to the winner's circle. Filly on top at every call, pacing to a new record of 1:58-1. Tobin's Future in the PEI Colt Stakes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have an objection being lodged by the driver of 6, Look Over Your, against the driver of 1, Tobin's Future. Late objection underway in the ninth. The driver on 6 has an objection against the driver of 1.
So here is what the judges are looking at here in race number 9. Judges' inquiry here. You'll see into the turn. The 1 horse is on the front. 6 following along in the 2 hole. That's what they're looking at. Judges' inquiry here in the 9th. Sorry, objection here in the 9th.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 9th race, the objection has been upheld. 1 Tobin's Future finished first, going to be placed second. The 6 Look Over Your finished second and will be placed first. Here's the official results now from the ninth race. Tobin's Future finished first, was placed second for interference on a break. Too Much for You third. Woodmere Macarena seventh. Dusty Lane Zara fourth. Southfield Star was sixth. Look Over Your finished second and was placed first. Salisbrook Pixie was fifth. They went 29 and 2, 59, 128 and 3. There will be a time adjustment for the final time of the mile. In review after the placings, 237, 46, 15. Look Over Your, page 790, the exactor 2550, triactor 152.30, and the superfecta was 97.51.
You can find our race day broadcast, race replays, and even additional chart lines by going to our world headquarters at Redshores.ca and clicking on the racing tab. Visit our new player portal at Redshores.ca. And we'll slide the picks into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts, Gold Division for $14,500. I like a 5-1-4 in here, backstretch beat 4-1-5. And the classifier also 4-1-5 in the upcoming 10th race in 7 minutes.
Gold Division for the 3-year-old Colt Pacers for the 10th race. They're on parade. Number 1 is Starship Glide, owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watson, driven by David Dowling. 2, Tobin's Prophet, owned by Kevin Dory, Frank Brundle, and Robert Samara, trained by Danny Romo, Jason Hughes drives. Bacon on a Biscuit, number 3, owned by MCR Bacon on a Biscuit Group of Fort Lawrence, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacy Dara, Mark Campbell driving. 4, Salisbrook Ian, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. 5, Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell, Paul Langell trains and drives. Number 6, The Midnight Train, owned by Paul Treves from Salmon River, trained by Darren Crow. Note the driver change to Gilles Barrio. Gilles Barrio now driving the 6, The Midnight Train. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Race Day Live is back with the top contenders in just a moment. Today's winner, the 50-50 draw, Tim Mercetti, St. John, New Brunswick. Congratulations.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 10th race. PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts, Gold Division, $14,500 on the line. I am landing on the 5, Malignity. 3-year-old Black Gelding by Malicious for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia. Paul Angel, the trainer and the driver, in the Turner last week. Throw that start out. He can interfere with leaving. Left from post 8 on the outside. Finished 7th on the sloppy track. Paced in 2 minutes 1/5. Closed it out in 29-3. 2 qualifiers at Truro, May the 7th. Had post 2 was a winner, 156-4. Closed it out in 27-4. And the next qualifier on the 14th of May, post 4 was a winner by 4 3/4 lengths in 158-4. Closed it out in 29-4. Last season, stellar season. 11 starts as a 2-year-old, 9 wins in 1 second, over $71,000 in the bank, and a record of 154 at Truro Raceway. Post 5 today for Malignity with Paul Angel at 8-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Starship Glide, 3-year-old by Control the Moment for Claude Poirier of Maison, Quebec. Earl Watts, the trainer. David Dowling in the driver's seat. Nice start here at Summerside on opening day, May the 22nd. Post 3 was a winner by quarter of a length, 156-3. Closed it out in 29-1 last season. 4 wins from just 8 tries, a second and a third, over $22,000 in the bank, and a record of 155-4 at Charlottetown. He has the rail today. Starship Glide with David Dowling at 2-1. And there's a look at the 4, Salisbrook Ian, your current choice on the board right now at 6-5 for Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown. Jamie Smith is the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Very impressive in the Turner at Truro last weekend. Had post 9 in the back tier, circled the field up going to the quarter, and was a winner by 8 lengths in 157-3. The track was less than ideal, 28-4 on the end of it. Start before that at Charlottetown on May the 6th. Post 5 was a winner by 4 1/4 lengths, 157-3. Closed it out 28-1. 2 wins last year from 10 tries, over $8,000 in the bank, and right to his record, 157-3 was his time. Salisbrook Ian, Corey McPherson in the bike. Post 4, your current choice at even money. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 10th race. 3-year-old colts, Gold Division. Starship Glide on the rail for David Dowling at 2-1. Tobin's Profit is the 2 for Jason Hughes at 12-1. Bacon on a Biscuit 3 for Mark Campbell at 8-1. Salisbrook Ian, post 4 for Corey McPherson at even money. Malignity from post 5 for Paul Angel at 2-1. And the Midnight Train, note the driver change to Jill Berrio. Look at those odds, 29-1. That's your field for the upcoming 10th race. Good luck with your selections. The 10th race of the afternoon, PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts Gold Division for $14,500. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Starship Glide, Tobin's Prophet, Bacon on a Biscuit, Salisbury Ian, Malignity, the Midnight Train. Starting gate, swings around the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Salisbury Ian leaves out. Malignity going with him on the rail. It's Starship Glide, third to the turn. To get away, fourth, Tobin's Prophet. Fifth is Bacon on a Biscuit. Then the trailer. The Midnight Train. Salisbury Ian leads it. It's short-lived. Here's Malignity. And Langell powering on to take over the lead. Salisbury Ian races now from second. Back to third is Starship Glide. Racing from fourth, Tobin's Prophet. Fifth on the cones, Bacon on a Biscuit. And the gapped-out trailer. That is the Midnight Train. Quarter mile was 29 seconds flat. Malignity is the two-length leader at the 3/8. Salisbury Ian around the turn goes third, all alone. Racing from third now, that is Starship Glide. Racing fourth through the stretch is Tobin's Prophet. That's Bacon on a Biscuit up with the leaders, and the trailer at the back, the Midnight Train. Malignity is halfway home for Paul Langell. Salisbury Ian tracking along second. Starship Glide is there third. 58 and 3 the half. Racing from fourth is Tobin's Prophet. Bacon on a Biscuit fifth, and the trailer, the Midnight Train. They're up the backstretch now, going to 3/4. Malignity leads it. Salisbury Ian races from second. Starship Glide on the outside, now third. Tobin's Prophet is fourth. Bacon on a Biscuit fifth, and the Midnight Train is the trailer. 3/4 up in 1:27 flat. Eighth of a mile left to go. Malignity is turning home. Salisbury Ian coming to the outside with a stretch drive. Down the lane they come, and Malignity, he's back. Paul Angel along for the ride. The winners in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, that is Salisbury Ian. Starship Glide held on to be third. Time for the mile, an incredible trip. 1:54.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 10th race. And when I looked over the program, I thought that last start at Truro, you just got to throw that out. This horse is too good of a horse to get beat in here today, and he did in 29 to the quarter, 58 and 3 to the half, 127 to 3/4, and he chucked a final quarter at them in 27 and 2 to win here today in 154 and 2. Salisbury Ian, great trip for him. He gets second here today. Starship Glide back in there for third. And for fourth, that is the 2, Tobin's Prophet, 5-4-1-2, unofficially in the afternoon's 10th race, and we'll see Malignity and Paul Angel in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Must agree with my colleague, Mr. Skierman. He's just too good of a colt not to bounce back after the first start in the Turno and the off-going. Here's the 10th race winner, Malignity, pacing Black Gelding, the 3-year-old son of Malicious, from the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne, owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell, bred by Gary McPherson here in PEI. Trained and driven to victory by Paul Angel. It's the colt's 10th lifetime victory from 13 starts. With a closing panel of 27-2, he stops the clock in 154-2. Malignity in a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes with Cam McPhee and Julie Jameson on behalf of the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association joining at trackside.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the 10th race: Starship Glide 3rd, Tobin's Prophet 4th, Bacon on a Biscuit 5th, Salzbrook Ian was 2nd, Malignity the race winner. The Midnight Train finished 6th, fractions of 29, 58-3, 127, and the mile 154-2. In review, 345, 216. Malignity paid $5.90. The exactor was $13.50. Triactor $16.10. Superfactor was $4.78.
The Atlantic Standardbird Breeders Association is pleased to announce McRae's Backhoe and Trucking as the 2023 title sponsor of the Atlantic Sire Stakes. The Atlantic Sire Stakes features 6 regional divisions at 5 tracks on Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. These are the best 2- and 3-year-old pacing and trotting colts and fillies in the Maritimes. The Atlantic Sire Stakes season concludes with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, which will take place October 7th and 8th at Redshores Charlottetown Driving Park. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, the 2023 title sponsor of the 2023 Atlantic Sire Stakes. And we'll roll the picks into our selections into the screen here for the upcoming 11th race. I like a 5-4-2, as does Backstretch Beat. And the classifier's choice is 5-4-6 in the upcoming 11th race. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies in the gold division in 5 minutes.
Three-year-old filly pacers in a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. They're on the 11th race post parade. Howmack Jazzy Girl number 1, owned by Fred Painter, Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, trained by Fred Painter. Kenny Murphy drives. Redland Miss Pretty number 2 is owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams. Corey McPherson driving. 3 Woodmere Jade, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 4 is Elm Grove Red Wine, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Dowling. David Dowling trains and drives. 5 is Salzbrook Maple, owned by the Salzbrook Stable Incorporated of Windsor, and Joe Baxter of Falmouth, Nova Scotia. Joe does the training. Jill's Barrio up. 6 Marina Del Rey is owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore. Robert Samar from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 11. And Rocky, once again, you and I are going to come up with our selections here in a gold division. They're after $11,600 in prize money. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam in the 11th. Got to go to the Joe Baxter trainee, the undefeated filly from just 3 starts and her 2-year-old season, but one of them was a monster mile of 55-4 over Truro. Qualified large. I'm sure Joe's going to have her up to the task today and gets the services of Gilles Barriol. Like the 4 Elm Grove Red Wine, Dowling had her on top at every call her last start and had a 27-4 closing quarter out of the filly. She'll be tough enough in here. I like the 2 Redland Miss Pretty for 3rd, and I'll go to the 6 Marina Del Rey if you play the Super. From the booth, I like 5-4-2-6. Rocky, your choices.
Did you notice we're matching today, eh? You know, we're matching in our pink attire here. And we're matching right on in this one, too, because I also like 5-4-2-6, and probably for all the same reasons that you do. Salzbrook Mabel looked incredible in that qualifier. As you know, you called it 2 minutes 1/5, closed it out 28-4, 3 for 3 last season, over almost $15,000 in the bank, and very impressive that 155-4 win at Truro Raceway in the Maritime Breeders. So I'm liking 5-4-2-6. Vance is liking 5-4-2-6, and we're matching here this afternoon, so good luck with your selections. Well, less than a minute for post time for race number 11, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies in the gold division for $11,600. Halmac Jazzy Girl on the rail for Kenny Murphy at 13-1. Redland Miss Pretty leaves 2 for Corey McPherson at 9-1. Woodmere Jade is the 3 for Miles Heffernan at 30-1. Elm Grove Red Wine the 4 for David Dowling at 6-1. Salzbrook Mabel is 5 for Jill Barrio, your current choice on the board at 1-9. And the 6 Marina Del Rey, Mark Campbell in the bike, right now at 5-1. That's your field for the upcoming 11th race. 3-year-old fillies in the gold division. Good luck with your selections. The 11th race, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies in the gold division for a purse of $11,600. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Halmac Jazzy Girl, Redland Miss Pretty, Woodmere Jade, Elm Grove Red Wine, Salzbrook Mabel, Marina Del Rey on the gate. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Rough and pacing Salzbrook Mabel is the first one out. Second into the turn towards the rail is Redland Miss Pretty. Third on the outside. Elm Grove Red Wine towards the rail is Halmac Jazzy Girl. Then it's Woodmere Jade, and the early trailer is Marina Del Rey. They're on the back stretch and going to the quarter pole, led by Salzbrook Mabel for Jill Barrio. Second at the rail. All on the inside is Redland Miss Pretty, racing third. Halmac Jazzy Girl. That is Elm Grove Red Wine looking for a friend. Might have found it now, and she's dropped in to be fourth. Fifth is Woodmere Jade, the trailer. Marina Del Rey, a solid opener of 28-1. Down the stretch they come, chasing Salzbrook, Mabel, and Barrio towards the half mile. Second is Redland Miss Pretty. Then in third, Halmac Jazzy Girl. Fourth is Elm Grove Red Wine. Fifth is Woodmere Jade. And trailing the field, Marina Del Rey. They're halfway home. 57-4 was the time. On the point, it's Salzbrook Mabel leading Redland Miss Pretty. Third is Halmac Jazzy Girl. Going to the outside. Fourth is Elm Grove Red Wine. Marina Del Rey fifth. And now the trailer on the outside is Woodmere Jade. The 3/4 next. Salzbrook Mabel is the leader. Second is Elm Grove Red Wine. Now third is Redland Miss Pretty. The 3/4 was stripped in 1:26-1. And they're homeward bound. Salzbrook Mabel the leader.
leader. Coming on the outside is Elm Grove Red Wine. Third, along the inside, Redland Miss Pretty, Hamac Jazzy Girl on the line now. And it's Salisbrook Mabel to win with Berrio. Second is Elm Grove Red Wine. Hamac Jazzy Girl is up for third. Time for the mile, 1:55.2. Do have a judge's inquiry underway in the 11th.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the 11th. The 3-year-old fillies in the gold division. Salisbrook Mabel, 28-1 to the quarter, 57-4 at the half. Down to 3/4 and 126-1. And going to the 7/8, she nearly come right out of her hobbles. She was going so fast, 155-2 the mile. That's a new race win record for this filly. She remains perfect, 4 for 4. Jill Berrio in the bike. Elm Grove Red Wine second. Hamac Jazzy Girl gets up there for third. And Redland Miss Pretty fourth. Unofficially here, and we are under an inquiry in the 11th. But we'll see Salisbrook Mabel in the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
The judge's inquiry underway in the 11th race involves the conduct of the race on the final turn after the 3/4.
And here's a look at the judge's inquiry here in race number 11, going to the 7/8. You'll see the Salisbrook Mabel on the front and Elm Grove Red Wine following in two here. This is what they're looking at, the judge's inquiry in race number 11. Hold all tickets.
Results of the 11th race inquiry, no violations. First start of the year is impressive for her 3-year-old campaign. Here's the 11th race winner, the 5-entry Salisbrook Mabel. Bay pacing filly 3 by Militias off the Sports Rider Dam, Southwind Oasis. Owned by Salisbrook Stable Incorporated of Windsor and Joe Baxter of Falmouth, Nova Scotia. Filly bred by the Salisbrook Stable Incorporated and Rebecca Hamilton of Ontario. She's trained by Joe Baxter and driven to victory by Gilles Barrio. For Gilles, that's his third PEI Colt Stakes victory today with a triple. The filly paces to a new race win record of 155-2. Salisbrook Mabel triples up Barrio in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results from race 11. Hamac Jazzy Girl third, Redland Miss Pretty fourth, Woodmere Jade fifth. Elm Grove Red Wine was second. Salisbrook Mabel the race winner. Marina Del Rey was sixth. The fractions were 28-1, 57-4, 126-1, and the mile 155-2. In review 345, 216. Salisbrook Mabel paid $220. The exactor was $390. The triactor $30.30, and the superfecta was $571.
Redshores Racing is proud to launch the new player portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location: race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. The new players portal now at Redshores.ca. And we'll roll the picks into the screen for the upcoming 12th race, Super High 5, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, Grassroots Division. I'm going with a 4-3-2, backstretch beat 4-2-3, Classifier's Choice 4-3-5 in the upcoming finale on a Sunday afternoon. We're back here harness racing Tuesday, June the 6th, I believe it is, post time at 6 o'clock. And there's the show photo from the afternoon's the 11th race. You'll see Hamac Jazzy Girl on the outside by a nose over the two Redland Miss Pretty. Great shot by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Final division of the PEI Colt Stakes on the 12th race parade. Princess Halo 1, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington, Alfred Baglow of Freetown. Garth is the trainer, and the drive goes to Kenny Arsenault. 2 is Miss Tour, owned by David and Mac Burke of Stratford. Dom McNeil Jr. of Stanhope, trained by Colin Johnson. Mark Campbell drives. Red Dirt Flash 3 is owned by Daniel Ross of Belfast, trained and driven by Jules Barrio. 4 is Elm Grove Rustico, owned by Joseph and Sean Baxter of Falmouth and Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Shadow of a Lady wears number 5, owned by Francis Holding Limited from Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Angel. Next in line 6, owned by John Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes up. G'day Mate number 7, owned by Doug Matheson. Stuart McDonald and Dunsan Farms, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Adam Murner. Number 8 is Woodmere Amora, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hills, trained by Danny Romo. Corey McPherson drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on the 12th race. Back to Rocky Skirman and his Super High 5 selections.
There's a look at my Super High 5 selections here for the upcoming finale. I like the 4, Elm Grove Rustico with Kenny Murphy. Off that qualifier, 2 minutes 4/5. First lifetime start for this 3-year-old filly by Tobago Cays. Joe Baxter is the trainer, just had a win. For second, I like the 3, Red Dirt Flash, coming in off those 2 qualifiers, 2 minutes 4/5 in her latest on May the 18th. For third, the 2, Miss Contour, has a line to be announced May the 25th at Charlottetown. Post 2, finish 7. Race time 2:04 and 2 for Mark Campbell. I like the 5, Shadow of a Lady, for fourth, with Paul Angel in the bike. And to round out my Super High 5, the 6, Next in Line, Jason Hughes aboard for trainer Stephen Quinn. So I like 4, 3, 2, 5, 6, my Super High 5 ticket in the finale. Good luck with your selections. And there is the 4, Elm Grove Rustico, 3-year-old filly by Tobago Cays for Joe and Sean Baxter of Falmouth and Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia. Joe Baxter, the trainer, Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. That qualifier, as I mentioned, May 22nd, right here at Summerside, post 4, was a winner by 13.5 lengths in 2 minutes and 4/5. Closed it out in 28 and 2. First lifetime start here this afternoon for Elm Grove Rustico and Kenny Murphy at 6-5. And there's the 3, Red Dirt Flash, 3-year-old brown filly by Malicious for Daniel Ross of Belfast. Lowell Balderston is the breeder, Jill Barrio the trainer and the driver. Qualified May the 11th at Charlottetown, had the rail, finished third, race time 2:01 and 1, closed it out in 30 and 4. And May the 18th at Charlottetown, had the rail, finished third, race time 2 minutes 4/5, closed it out in 29 and 4. It's her first start of the season, third start lifetime for Red Dirt Flash. With Jill Barrio, good odds, 15 to 1. There we see the 2, Miss Contour, 3-year-old filly by Shadow Play for David and Matt Burke of Stratford and Don McNeil of Stanhope, Prince Edward Island. Colin Johnson, the trainer. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat. I mentioned that line to be announced at Charlottetown, May the 25th. Post 2, finish 7, 2:04 and 2 was her mile. The qualifier, though, at Charlottetown, May the 18th, had post 5, wire to wire, 2 minutes 3/5 winner, closed it out in 30 seconds flat. 4 starts last season, had 2 wins, a record of 201 taken here at Summerside, and over $8,000 in the bank. Miss Contour from post 2 with Mark Campbell, 9-2. Check out the odds board here in the finale. PEI Cole Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots division for $5,800. Princess Halo on the rail for Kenny Arsenault at 19-1. Miss Contour 2 for Mark Campbell at 9-2. Red Dirt Flash 3 for Jill Berrio at 2-1. Elm Grove Rustico is the 4 for Kenny Murphy at 9-5. Shadow of a Lady 5 for Paul Angel, 7-1. Next in line is 6 for Jason Hughes at 7-1. G'day Mate, post 7 for Adam Erner, 13-1. Love that name. And the 8, Woodmere Amora. Corey McPherson in the bike at 6-1. That's your field for the 12th race. It's the finale. Good luck with your selections. So the 12th race finale, PEI Cole Stakes 3-year-old fillies grassroots division for $5,800. Lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, let's return to Vance Cameron.
Princess Halo, Miss Contour, Red Dirt Flash, Elm Grove Rustico, Shadow of a Lady. Next in line, G'day Mate. On the grandstand side, Woodmere Amora, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. It's the PEI Colt Stakes 12th and final division. There they go, off and pacing. Red Dirt Flash is leaving out on the rail of Princess Halo, and they're outside. That is Elm Grove Rustico third. Dropping in to be fourth. Next in line, moving up fifth is Woodmere Amora. Then in sixth, Miss Contour. Seventh around the turn, Shadow of a Lady. The trailer after the break at the start is G'day Mate. On the back stretch and now driving on to take over the lead. It's Elm Grove Rustico for Kenny Murphy. Second is Red Dirt Flash. Princess Halo races all alone in third. Next in line goes fourth. Pacing from fifth is Woodmere Amora. A solid beginning of 28. And 1, and on the point, that is Elm Grove Rustico. Red Dirt Flash comes out of the turn second, Princess Halo third, next in line fourth. Woodmere Amora, she races from fifth. Then in sixth is Miss Contour. Seventh at the rail is Shadow of a Lady, and the trailer is G'day Mate. They're halfway home in the nightcap. And on the front end, it's Elm Grove Rustico in complete control for Kenny Murphy. 58 and 3 was the half mile. On the move on the outside. Next in line picks up second. Red Dirt Flash at the rail third. Up fourth on the outside is Woodmere Amora. Princess Halo riding the rail fifth. Now sixth towards the inside, Shadow of a Lady. Miss Contour is seventh, and the trailer, G'day Mate. Elm Grove Rustico's getting away on them now. Clear by 5. Next in line is second, Red Dirt Flash third. 3/4 of a mile in 1:28 flat, and they're turning for home. It is Elm Grove Rustico all alone on the lead. Next in line second, Red Dirt Flash third. Princess Halo, Woodmere Amora. That's Kenny Murphy, and he's going to triple up today in the PEI Colt Stakes. Elm Grove Rustico looked like maybe next in line with Woodmere Amora. They're in a place picture. Time for the mile, 1:57.2.
Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon's 12th and final BI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies. Grassroots, Elm Grove, Rustico gets to the front, 28-1, the half up, 58-3, down to 3/4 in 128, and she's on cruise control here with Mr. Murphy in the bike. He triples up today, 157-2. First lifetime start. That's a maiden record. Great day for Joe Baxter. He goes back-to-back in stakes action. In for second here today. That is the 6 next in line. The 8, Woodmere Moore in there for third. And the 3, Red Dirt Flash is fourth. 4, 6, 8, 3 unofficially in the finale. And we'll see Elm Grove Rustico in the Woodmere Standardbridge winner circle next.
Kenny Murphy has tripled up in the driving department, and that's a late Joe Baxter trainee daily double on this PEI Colt Stakes Sunday. Here is the 12th race winner, Elm Grove Rustico, pacing Brown Filly 3 by Tobago Caves. Off the Dragon Again Dam, Queens Are Better, owned by Joe and Sean Baxter of Falmouth and Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia. Amy Krause of New Brunswick, the breeder of the filly. She's trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy has the triple. And in her pari-mutuel debut, she will pace to a maiden record of 157-2. It's Elm Grove Rustico in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now the official results in the 12th race. Princess Halo 5th, Miscount Tour was 7th, Red Dirt Flash 4th. Elm Grove Rustico, the race winner. Shadow of a Lady was 6th. Next in Line was 2nd. G'day Maid finished 8th. And Woodmere Mora finished 3rd. Fractions were 28-1, 58-3, 128, and the mile 157-2. In review, it's 574, 162, 8-3. Elm Grove Rustico paid $3. The exactor was $30.60. Triactor $350. Super High 5 was $611.52. And that late trainee double for Joe Baxter paid $3. That's going to complete our live presentation this afternoon here at Summerside. The pari-mutuel handle totaled out at $53,380. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.